Good morning. It is Monday, March 1st, 2021. It's time for another live stream. Okay, just need to get the announcements for the stream out. Hope everybody had a good weekend. All right. Woke up feeling pretty refreshed after taking a Sunday off, and we had a very successful alpha launch on Saturday. Thank you everybody for joining in. Looking now at a live network, which means we have something to work off of when we're doing dev, so that's good. And most everything worked out pretty well. Nothing, no world-ending bugs or anything, but plenty of bugs nonetheless. And so today we're going to be starting out with this long list of issues that were detected, and then we got a couple of issues filed on GitHub, so yeah, we got some stuff to do. Alright, so I'm going to backlog a lot of this stuff. I find that a scratch pad like this is nice to keep. And it's going to have, you know, lots of cruft accumulated over the over time, but that's okay. It's kind of there as my own personal reference, so I'm just going to hold on to all the stuff that came before and all this little bits of documentation, even if some of it gets outdated. Just good to hold on to. And why don't we move all of this down here, down to the bottom. There's almost kind of a chronology to the text file. And let's move out some of these things here. That's an issue, that's an issue. That's an issue, 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 that's an issue. fixed. A couple of these are related to notifications, which are being terrible. Perhaps unsurprisingly. That hasn't shown up yet, so we'll go ahead and remove that. Move that to various. That's a duplicate. So plenty to do, and we'll be attacking all this today and probably tomorrow, since there's a fair number of items in here. Fixing bugs, generally getting usability into a better place. That's what we're going to be doing Monday and Tuesday, as I talked about in the post. And then starting Wednesday, we're going to start just hitting some general feature completeness kind of things, like editing posts and images and posts, some kind of post reaction mechanism, whether that's a emoji reaction or a vote or a like. Thinking about maybe something related to tags, but I don't want to dive into tags yet until we have a kind of a general sense of how information is going to get organized in the network. So this week is all about just improving the core experience so that, you know, using it feels good, you know. And in many ways, this is not particularly interesting features that we're going to be doing this week so much as just getting the basics right. And then hopefully next week we can start on stuff that gets more interesting, you know, related to what we're doing with the project. Favorite post? Are you saying like as a post reaction favoriting it or something else? What are you talking about with that? To save, like in Reddit, right? Yeah, we might get something like that in there at some point. All right. Yeah, bookmarking posts. Yeah, we might get something like that at some point. Alright, so let's start in the notifications. The first thing I'd like to do actually is merge together these follows. They take up a lot of screen real estate as they currently exist. Now, I mean, the simple thing we could do is just get rid of these cards, which, you know, that's certainly one option. But then, you know, and then it's just one per. Let's start with that. So jumping over to the notification rendering. And we'll just go ahead and remove that. Alright, so that's already an improvement, I think. Yeah, we could get in some kind of logic for merging these guys together here. So, you know, person and 3 others followed you. I don't know if that's necessarily something we need to focus on right now. Could do that too. That would be a handy thing to introduce, I think. Alright, so that's a simple visual update to just make this a little cleaner. At some point it'd be great to have a thing where you can hover their avatars and see something, you know, like a user card show up. Got a kitty cat staring at me at the door. One sec. Happy cat, happy life. Alright. So, what we actually need to fix, though, has to do with how the actual notifications are indexed.
Citizen.
So we ran into a variety of problems with this. One of them is there are really 2 kinds of problems occurring. This is saved, so I'm going to nuke it. So here is the user notifications index. And the notifications are actually comprised of multiple indexes. You got every user creates a notification index, and then every community creates a notification index. So the reason it works like this is because the user notifications index is only populated by people that you follow directly. Whereas the community notifications indexes are populated by members of the community. And works like that because there is no global view. There's nothing which encompasses all of this because it is in fact a decentralized network. So we only know to index activity by people that are either a member in a community or following you. And so what we do is we merge all of these indexes together, your personal follow indexes along with the notification indexes of the communities you're a part of, to present you with something that's unified. And, you know, the upside of that, I might change that one to Bob reply to. The upside of that design is it creates a situation in which even you don't have to follow everybody in the world to be getting notifications from them. Basically, communities become ways for people that are not following each other to get connected. So communities are a sort of a driver of introduction, in addition to many other things. So when we're merging these together, we have two bugs that are surfacing right now. Both of them seem to appear to the end user what they look like is seeing the same event multiple times. Nah. Oh my gosh. Get it together. There we go. So we got these things showing up as duplicates. So the first thing we need to do is avoid the duplicates problem. So deduplicate notifications that you've already received to one of your communities. That's trick number one to solve. Trick number two is whenever you first follow somebody, you're suddenly getting notifications that that person followed you. Well, that's because they probably did that in the past prior to you following them. And so suddenly that stuff's getting indexed into your notifications index, and it's going like, well, hey, they followed you. Yeah, well, that was in the past, and so it seems strange. So generally speaking, we need to deduplicate, and also that's kind of fix number one, and then fix number two is to probably just not bother indexing actions that occurred prior to you following them. Yeah, it's just kind of like, if Bob followed me in the past, I don't know, it might be nice to be getting the old information. It might not be. I'm not really sure. And then we got this problem, the phantom notification problem. Not really sure what that's about either, so. So, I suppose if we're going to solve this, probably the best way to do this is by putting together some test cases. Because it's not terribly difficult to reproduce this in the tests, and just be more efficient than trying to do it in the UI. Da, 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 da. Alright, so we only need 2 users to test this. So first things first, let's see if we can reproduce the issue in Okay, so it didn't happen there. So I wonder, I thought that I had attacked this problem previously. So I'm guessing I have a solution which is just not working in all cases. So let's start by taking a look at how we fetch. Yeah. So we do deduplicate right now, but we only do it in a given query. Which is an insufficient solution, unfortunately. If I remove this piece right here, we'll see it. We didn't see it. Okay. So the user's private notifications is not showing that. And that's because Bob needs to follow Alice first. Can 2 community indexes contain the same notification? Yes, they can. So our deduplication needs to work across a number of contexts. So there it is now. So, alright, so now our test is correctly producing the problem. And if we go back and remove the @query time deduplication, it'll work, but only for this limited test case. It's an intriguing problem. That's an interesting challenge. Because the problem here is that, like, supposing that I index something. Yeah, so like, here's the concern. So supposing we have a whole bunch of notifications, you know, in the community index, which it will have. Perhaps all related to Bob. And so we send out a query asking for the first, let's say, N notifications. It pulls those down. And then pagination kicks in. We ask for the next ones. Now deduplication has failed us. So deduplicating at query time has that challenge in that if you are kind of missing the window of the query like this, it'll duplicate. We could possibly solve this on the client side, because the client side knows what notifications it's showing. And so you could deduplicate there. So whenever the window passes to the next group and a notification comes out as a duplicate, you just filter that duplicate out. And so then the question is just whether or not that approach will cause phantom notifications to show up. Which it could if one of the community indexes is really running behind. That's one way that could happen. Well, so Joshua, that's a bit of a challenge. Because that sort of suggests that each notifications indexer is aware of every other notifications indexer that the user might be looking at, which is not how it's designed. Because communities are basically producing a notifications index for themselves, right? And for all members that they have. No, why did you show up? And they're just doing this sort of naively, just like, if you're a member, I'm going to generate any notifications that you might be interested in. It doesn't necessarily know about this indexer going, so it doesn't know whenever it's duplicating something that this indexer has already hit. Now, we could get rid of the notifications by the communities and instead have every user indexing notifications for any community members that they're a part of, but that is a lot of, you get a bit of a combinatorial explosion with that. It would basically mean that every user would have to track the activity of every other user that's in a community that they share. And that's going to just be a really heavy explosion of indexing pathways. It would be easier to make correct, but the resource usage would be really high. So this optimization helps us out, but Generally speaking, the only time this gets challenging is because of when there's duplicated indexing logic, which right now follows are the only logic that gets duplicated. Everything else is like, reply notifications within the community, which the user notification will ignore community posts. So it's only a problem for follows right now. So yeah, the only challenge then becomes, I think if we deduplicate in the client, that can work so long as old notifications aren't coming in late. So like, let's suppose that the truth of time flows like this. When I say the truth of time, I'm saying like when that event actually occurred and in reality is all at the same time. But let's say that the community's indexing processor is behind. So its sense of reality. Nope. Stop it. Its sense of reality is indexing time for there falls behind to like this. Where this gets all caught up with reality. This one's behind, and so when this notification index says it's currently 5 o'clock, 5 o'clock for this guy is behind events that have happened in the real time of 5 o'clock. And so then when this thing catches up and moves its way up to match up, it hits this event and gives it a timestamp that is in the future. So then this new notification would get indexed up in the future and show up as a unread notification. So I think I'll get back to you in a second there, Joshua. But one way we could counteract that particular problem is by making sure that notifications are not getting indexed just at the time that the indexer picks it up. Because if the timestamp of the notification in its index is time of index, that's when this time skew can come into play. But if you instead do a merged timestamp, which is index time merged with the real time, and you blend those together into what I call the R time, that would solve it. And the way that that works is you take the indexing time, or you take basically the one that is the oldest. So if the declared real time is 5 o'clock and the index time is 6 o'clock, then you go with the 5 o'clock. And then if it's the reverse, if the index time is 5 o'clock but the declared timestamp on the thing is 6 o'clock, you go with the index time. Because from the perspective of the indexer, nothing can happen in the future. So if you're seeing a piece of content that has its clock set in the future, that's a clock skew or an intentional clock skew. So you just say, okay, we're going to fall back on. So you're taking basically the minimum of the two timestamps. And in typical cases where clock skew is not off by a significant margin, that would solve our ghost notification problem. And if your clock is off that far, then that's really something that's your node is misconfigured in a significant way. Matt, yeah, at some point we'll add web push notifications in particular so that mobile can have a nice experience, and I'm somewhat keenly watching what iOS does around that because they don't currently support it. But as soon as we can get a PWA that you can install to your home screen and get a little red notification thing, then we're just doing all web, baby. It's good stuff. Now Joshua says, my headcanon was that community indexes could do the heavy lifting and check if the users involved already have their notification in their personal indexes. We gotta keep in mind that the system is distributed. So this could be one server, and this could be another. And so if we wanted to have some kind of system in which this indexer was basically pushing to this index to say, hey, Bob followed you, I'm not going to index it myself, but you should, you would have to introduce some kind of wire protocol for servers to be kind of communicating with each other that way. It's a little bit more overhead than I would like. And yeah, Matt, you and everybody else agrees that sucks. I researched it just when I was working on Citizenry maybe 2 weeks ago. I was looking into this and I'm very disappointed to find that out. Some people think that there are signs that maybe iOS is going to break on this, that they'll finally support it in the next version, so we'll see. But I think actually Android does, so... Now, one way we could do that, Joshua, is to... Here's a thought. One thing we could do is create a kind of notification which is meant to be like it's actually always meant to be filtered out of the results whenever you query it. And perhaps it might even not be a notification, but like a notice. And then a user notifications indexer would watch for these notices, and whenever it sees them, pull them into their local notifications so that they are getting written into a local database constantly. So that would involve a non-wire solution, but a way for information to move through the system into a single log. And so then whenever we do a query, we would continue to merge together, but out of the community indexes, we would filter out these. And so then follows are only ever getting pulled from this one. That actually is an interesting option. So then we're not doing the no wire push protocol, which we try to avoid as much as possible and make everything pull based. That's an interesting thought. I think we'd create a different kind of table for it, other than the notifications table, for simplicity. Something like a, I don't know what to call it, notices maybe? FYIs. It's a little bit of a design change, but not a significant one. But it's enough of a design change that, it's an architectural new schema and things like that, so we'd have to commit to it. But it would certainly help with our deduplication problem. Interesting. Maybe we call them like quiet notifications. What did I want to check? I wanted to look real quick. When we index, yeah, so we're currently just using index time on notifications. We probably want to go to received time, or the blended timestamp, no matter what. You know, I'll say one thing is that without this solution, having to do deduplication in the client is pretty weak, to be sure. It's not a huge deal at all. It's relatively straightforward to do. But it is one of those things, it's like, well, obviously if we could avoid it, that'd be better. So an approach like this does add some complexity to the design. Is there any downside to this approach? How expensive can the duplicates get? It's a good question. Not terribly, you know. Complexity is definitely a downside on this. So the quiet notifications approach is always something that's on the table for us. From a network perspective, what gets expensive more than anything is watching user databases. You know, one of the things I was talking about early on is like, you know, you got oh. You got all these users, and if they all follow each other, or let's say this user follows these, they are watching the databases of each of these, which means, you know, actively swarming on them on the network, polling for them to have a change periodically, and then ingesting the update. And so the more that you add, the more overhead gets introduced. The individual items, unless somebody is putting out a ton of data, is not actually so important as just the number of databases you're watching. And so the way that we somewhat counteract that currently is to have users only directly indexing the users they follow, and then communities have their own set of users, their members, that they're indexing. And a user will blend together their private index and the community's index to get the current list of notifications. And so we're kind of taking advantage of these communities as aggregators of large sets of users to avoid having to have every user tailing everybody that they might potentially interact with due to communities, and communities are expected to get quite large, and so that's, you know, why we do it that way. So these relationships are avoided. Along Joshua's proposal, one of the ideas was to have this, you know, this guy creating quiet notifications, which when you query them, they don't actually get, they're not an official notification, but they can get copied over by this notifications indexer. So it's like a suggestion that like, hey, you should probably index this if you haven't. You know, even if we did it that way, one thing you would still have to do is the notifications indexer would have to check as to whether or not it's indexed that thing in the past, which would involve scanning the notifications log. So that's kind of, might not be terrible though if we cooked up a way to quickly find whether a notification has been indexed already. But there's just the general complexity of that. Whereas if we switch to a blended key name, and then just do client-side deduplication, it would also solve our problem here. Since that's a simpler solution, I'm kind of inclined to start with that. So let's start by trying to produce an accurate test case of our current problem. Because right now I'm only reproducing the problem by disabling some code. And I think the way we can do that is by putting a limit. Ooh, we're going to need more notifications to exist. So let's have Bob create a post. And then Alice create a set of comments on it. Might still be a little difficult to reproduce. How does this work currently? It's by timestamp. Okay, wait, I got it. We will have Bob follow Alice after. And then if we put a limit of 10, and we do after oh no, before rather. Okay. Do before and the last notification in that list. All right. Oh, I don't support limit right now. Let's go ahead and introduce limit. What's up? We going or what? This thing freeze on me? Hey, Cryptoco. Okay. Trying to just get this debugging output into a place that's easy for me to digest here. Not convinced we're seeing it happen. Maybe I'm just misusing the API. The second output seems wrong, though. What is happening here? Yeah. This ought to be just coming out, the second I'm listing should be coming out basically empty. Should be skipping over most of the notifications, so I'm not totally clear on what's happening there. Oh, wait a minute. This needs to be in folks. Okay. So now we should see the follow show up twice. We're also seeing the comment show up twice, which is interesting. Actually, everything is not looking the way it's supposed to here. Let's just list all notifications real quick and just see what that looks like. Okay, so that's all the notifications here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of them. First query gets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You should have a limit of 9. Oh, forgetting to apply the limit a second time. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now, what is going on here? Because that's coming out. There's total 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And with deduplication, that should be 12. If I remove the dedupe, should see the duplicate follow. And that duplicate follow should show up at the opposite end of the notifications. No, it's not. Now that's interesting. That's because I'm sorting them. No, interesting. Interesting. It's not because I'm sorting them. Hang on, hang on. So the first thing we're doing here is just verifying that the bug exists in the way that we expect it to. And what I'm trying now is to make sure that the community index finishes all of its indexing, and then the user follows and his personal index finishes indexing, and that should cause the duplicate to show up at like opposite ends of the notifications. And so once that is known and solved, then we're going to change the indexing time to not just be the blended timestamp, which should always cause them to be adjacent. And then that will get us a reduced number of duplicate follows. If it ever wants to finish for us. And once we get the reduced amount, then we'll have to add the deduplication to the client side. Because it's still possible that the windowing will lead to duplicate items. Oh, you know what's happening? We're hitting our timeout. There it is. Interesting. I am really surprised that those are coming out next to each other. Because they're being put into the index at the index time, and the index time should be later. So there's the community indexing the follow. And then there's the citizen indexing the follow. Wait a minute, did we say the, yeah, that's the community doing all that, right? So those are the timestamps for the community one, and then there's the timestamp for the citizen one that should cause the follow to come out at opposite ends of this notifications list. So why doesn't it? That's intriguing. Is it because of the sort? But the create of that should be the indexing time. Wait a minute. I'm super baffled by this right now. Ah, interesting. Ah, that's why. In the client side, quote unquote, I was sorting not by the index time, but the actual creation date of the initial item. So that explains all that. So if I get rid of that cheat there, it should now continue to be as expected. Yep, later. So the follows are now on opposite ends. Good. Let's get rid of these sorts on the client side. Let's go back to our fetcher and bring the sort back. Shouldn't change our results. Okay, now everything is behaving as expected. So there is that duplicate showing up based on the windowing. Okay, thank God. That explains a lot more. So even if I bring back the deduplication on the server side, we should see this windowing still have this problem. Yep, and indeed we do. So, first thing I'm going to do is change our indexer to use the blended timestamp. Okay. Oh, here's an interesting thing. I guess actually, no, we're right. Okay. So that's in the citizen, which, if we do that now, that should cause them to be correctly adjacent, and then we'll do the same thing with the community. Interesting. Kind of wasn't what I expected it to be. Let's remove the dedupe from the server side. I was expecting that to actually solve our windowing problem right away. So let's see if I dedupe what we see here. Didn't solve it. Let's make sure I implemented it correctly. This is the one we're interested in here. And we got the index time and the item created time. Index time and the item created time, 1 second difference. I suppose that's about right. Then we got 4715, 214, 4715. Okay, so we actually, it looks like we need to have the community do the same thing because the time resolution is so tight here that it's not going to have the effect I was hoping until we have both of them doing the blended timestamp. Okay, let's see if that fixes it. So it's not fixed it yet. Could be that this is wrong, the MLTS bit. Or it could be because we're sorting here. I might be doing it actually. The kitty wants in. No, it's still not working right. All right, let's let the kitty in and then look at this. Okay, so let's make sure that the MLTS function is doing what I expect it to. Yep, it's producing a lower, by the looks of it, timestamp. FEFC. Actually, interesting. Yeah, that should sort higher. So A represents the index time, B represents the blended time. And I do a locale compare on B, we should get A. Yep. Okay, so that is actually working as expected. Okay. Let's just log real fast what that blended time is for each. Oh, what? I forgot to pass in the item created at in these cases. That would do it. This code is sufficiently complex that I make all sorts of sloppy errors. It's still not doing what I expect, though. Okay. So let's log the comparative timestamps here. Yeah, so those are exactly the same now. Now maybe the reason that they are not adjacent actually is because we're not sorting. Because they're getting concatenated. That would be why. So now I need to sort, but not by created at. I need to sort by key. Now it's still not doing the right thing, motherfucker. It's killing me here. What's the deal? Can't go by key. Can't go by key because the keys differ. Okay, so I need to really have the... I either need to fix the key when I do that sort to blend together the different indexes, or I need to store the actual blended timestamp as the created at time. Don't really want to change the indexed at, or the created at time, because it indicates when the notification was created. So I think I'm going to do it like this. There it is. Now it's doing what we expected. Well, that was holy hell, but we got there. Okay. So now we're using a blended timestamp for the keys, which means that the deduplication will be successful more often. In fact, that's already somewhat demonstrated by us doing the kind of the windowing there. It's already keeping them kind of grouped together as opposed to showing up in separate windows. And so now dedupe should work as expected. Okay. So that's better. It is still not impossible for the windowing to miss deduplication. So it's still possible for duplicate entries to come out. It'll be much rarer, but it's still possible. But that will not end up showing itself in the unread notifications count now. So if I go to our notifications tests, probably not going to end up committing this test because it is a kind of a nonsense test. But all the other tests should still work as expected. Interesting. That caused a change in the results. That may have actually been broken already. I seem to recall there being a broken test in notifications. 164. That was broken previously, so we should probably look into that. So we have switched to the blended timestamps in the notifications, which reduces the frequency of duplicate items. That's one of the things we needed to do. Let's clean up our code and commit that.
Citizen. Citizen.
That's step 1 of 3. Step 1, switch to a blended timestamp. That should cause our notification alerts to never to have a reduced likelihood of phantom notifications. Step 2 is going to be updating the client side to deduplicate notifications because the windowing of our reads can still have duplicates emerge. That's actually not a huge deal. What that would look like is just like randomly as you're scrolling down through your notifications and you hit a point where the infinite scroll happens, you'd see a duplicate like that. So not a huge deal, but still worth fixing up. Now the last thing let's do one thing real quick. In our notification rendering, let's do a blended timestamp on the event as well. So we have the created at I'm curious to see if this causes the ordering to change on any of these. Or not so much the ordering as the... that gray right there, that's nothing but borders. Ah, not a number. I know why. Because those are actually strings. There we are. Ah, see, there we go. That's exactly the kind of thing I was worried about. I thought Jam had followed me quite a while ago, and indeed he had. And, or she, or they. So, that's interesting. In fact, a number of these are from some time ago. That's interesting. Huh. Well, obviously switching to the blended time will help with that. But I'm still a little surprised by that. You know, like, what on earth caused that suddenly to get picked up again? Is one of the community indexes late, or is... You know what that might be? Oh, you know what I know, in fact, what that is. I joined some other communities recently. Those communities are probably picking up this information fresh. That's what this is. Ah, good times, good times. So the blended indexing time will solve that. Stuff that was 2 days ago will be stored in the index's chronology and their key space at the correct time. And so basically you're going to have a duplicate for every follow. Like, let's say Jam and I are in 3 different communities together and we follow each other. That's 4 indexes that will have picked up that follow, and you'll have 4 duplicates. That will get reduced as much as possible on the server side, but still every once in a while, because of the windowing, it's entirely possible that duplicates will come out of the API, so we'll have to deduplicate on the client side. But because we're using the blended indexing time, which always goes for the oldest date, that should always should never cause a kind of new notification alert to show up, I think. So, let's go ahead and commit that update. And I tuned into some other streamer over the weekend, and you know, they didn't increase their font sizes for everybody. I thought that was pretty rude. It's very hard to see what they were doing, so hopefully my font sizes are big enough for y'all. I was watching on my big screen, you know, watching the screen, I just could not read any of it. But I don't know, maybe y'all let me know if it's still too small. It's a balance between like me being able to work with the code versus y'all being able to see it. Okay, so
CTZN.
let's jump over here. So, notifications. 3 things that need to happen. Index using blended timestamp to reduce duplicates and avoid phantom unread notifications. That is done. Item 2. Deduplicate notifications on the client side. And item 3, we need to modify the users, let me think here. Actually, I don't know if we need to do this. I'll write out what I was going to do, but I think we don't need to. Modifies the user's notifications to not index past actions. Was thinking, you know, this one is in response to when you follow somebody and suddenly it's like, hey, they followed you, but they actually followed you like 2 days in the past. But because we switched to the blended timestamp for the notifications, I don't know if we need to do this. So I'm going to put a question mark there. And let's actually, look at that. What nonsense are we about to get now? Yep, 2 days ago. I'm guessing what's happening there is there are people just joining communities that I'm a part of and that's showing up now. So let's start our dev server here. I'm going to follow P. Frazee. I'm going to log out. I'm going to log in as P. Frazee. No notification yet because I'm not in any communities or anything with Georgia. So now I'm going to follow Georgia. Let's wait a second. We should not see any notification alerts show up on account of this. Don't seem to see one. Okay, so what happened there is, as expected, the follow notification didn't show up because that was in the past. But it's still shown as unread because it happened after... Still happened after the last time I checked notifications. Let's test that again. F would be Frank. Actually, I'm not totally sure why that was showing up as unread. Because I checked notifications, don't see anything from Frank, right? So I've set my notification last read time. Maybe that's because we're not using the blended timestamp to indicate unread state. That's why. So let's go over to our notification rendering code, copy that same logic. Head over to Frank and follow Frank. No notification shows up. If I go into my notifications, there it is, but not unread. So that's all expected behavior. So the notification shows up, but it's not going to be kind of ghost showing it to you. And now we have one other test to do, which is having Frank join a community that I'm a part of. Whoa! Our pagination is screwy. There's only one notification and it's all coming out. Huh. Okay. Let's see here. What's causing that? Interesting. Probably because we're not using the blended timestamp. That's starting to become a real pain. All right, you know what we ought to do here? Let's modify the notifications API to include in the response we need to be using the blended timestamp for the pagination as the before parameter. And we don't have it yet because we call fetch notification later. So it's got to be there. Ugh, there's so much date parsing going on here. I guess I could actually... I believe the ISO strings sort correctly. Yeah, they do. So I can actually just do... and how does a string sort against undefined? It's false always. All right. They are spec'd as such in the schemas using the datetime formatting, so we can rely on, we do. If any JSON that fails the schema parsing or validation doesn't get ingested. Shouldn't anyway. That's at least the design, and the question really just becomes whether or not we're rigorously enforcing it. But yeah, if you we're able to sort of rely on the schema definitions because on both read and write. Okay, so we're closer. We're still getting a duplicate. Interesting. Yeah, so okay, bankruptcy. Close all. Yeah, the design of the system is that the schemas are global, and we validate both on read and write. And so any code that's interacting with data records and the citizen network can expect that the JSON is well formed according to the schema. Okay, so we're doing better here. I can go over to the notification and get rid of this because we now have that inside the notification. Okay, so why are we still getting a duplicate? The first query we do before is undefined, and the second query we do no, hang on. So it works correctly the first time. And then it seems like the second time it's for some reason actually getting results. So the sub results come out like that, and then it's empty. Then we run again. For some reason, sub results are pulling out the thing the second time. Because the before changed. Why did the before change? Because I didn't change that one. Aha. There we go. Haha. That was a fun one.
Citizen. Citizen.
Okay, now the other thing we were going to test is, what am I logged in as? Frank. So I was going to join one of the communities that P. Frazee is a part of. And now I'm going to log in as P. Frazee. Make sure we didn't get any funky additional notifications off of that. We did not. Okay. So we're doing better. And the last thing we need to do is just deduplicate in the notification feed loading. All right. Okay.
Citizen.
This could be faster. Okay. What do we got? Interesting. Why did blended created at not come out? Updated the software. Wait a minute. What server am I on? Shoot, I just did that on my... You know, it's important if you're going to be deploying software to actually log in to the server. That's kind of one of the steps. But my local host is A-OK. Loading takes a half second, doesn't it? Yep. Okay. That's interesting to know. Initial load is a little slow. Okay. So it appears to be working. So now, let's see if I can find... I'll try seeing somebody in the alpha testers that I haven't followed yet. Alright, how about this one? They followed me, is the question. They have. Alright, I'll follow you. And I shouldn't see any new notification. Give it a half second to make sure. And now when I go to notifications, they followed me an hour ago, didn't show up. Woo! I think we're all set. Okay, so that was a bit of work, but I think we got it. That fixed. Haven't done that yet. Yeah, let's go ahead and just take that off for now. That's fixed. Hopefully Phantom Unread notifications are fixed. Alright. That got fixed by removing the card. Let's fix up the issue we have right there. So it works great in that form, not so great here. Wonder if we should just do the same visual layout for desktop and mobile, because they're really not that different. They're fairly tight UI. Yeah, I kind of think that's how we should handle this. So, I'm gonna go over to the user code, close the others, and where are we looking here? It's gonna be up here. Now, how did we handle this? So we get rid of the hidden and the breakpoint. And then over here, we get rid of this entirely. That may do it, actually. What's going on? Did I just remove the wrong one here? Looks like I did remove the wrong one. Interesting. Don't understand my own markup. So the one that's... That's the one we want to remove. The one that is shown, yeah, so that's out. And then this one is always present. Okay. Kind of ugly. And not just because the borders are missing. Not just because the shadow is getting clipped. Just kind of ugly. supposing we stuck with... Okay, I'm going to undo all those changes. But I'm going to shrink this guy down. We really ought to get some kind of loading UI. Also shouldn't take this long to load. Okay. Okay, so that helps to be sure, but doesn't fix it. Because there's still the possibility of a name overflowing and hitting up against there. Could solve that by just clipping the length of the name, which isn't the worst idea, to be honest. So that's one option. Holy shit with this. Whew. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I kind of think that the well, limiting the width is certainly an option here. Could also have it wrap. Let's just do it that way. All right. Yeah, I think that'll work. Is that a little more left pad on that? Get it to line up with the picture. Okay. All right. What next? Okay. Let's go ahead and just fix that auto linkifier picking up periods. Let's see if I can find where that happened. There's a good one to improve on. Let's improve on that. It's a little uncomfortable about what they're talking about there, but so maybe not that one. We'll find another. All right, somebody. This is a good one. I think there it is. Okay. So 3 examples of where the linkifier isn't doing what it should. First one we got where it's thinking things are domain names when it shouldn't be, and we should just make the auto linkifier only work whenever you got a full URL. So that's number 1. Number 2 is it should pick up on user IDs, and we can go ahead and get it sort of doing the initial work of mentions, which at least, you know, if there's a user ID, maybe with that at in front of it, it'll linkify it correctly. And then we got this right here, which is it's picking up on a period at the end, which it really shouldn't. And so how are we going to deal with this? Sadly, our linkifier code is something I pulled from somewhere else, and it's a little complex. Oh boy. So I'm guessing .mp must be a TLD if it was picking up. Let's see. Huh. Doesn't look like it is actually, so that logic really wasn't helping us. We may just be better off cooking up our own Let's see if we can cook up our own here. Could also try playing with these. Let's see here. Alright, so you're not supposed to pick up the trail of period. You even got that configured. Let's just see real quick what happens whenever we tweak that. Alright, so something like that just stops working entirely. Huh. Alright, I'm cooking on my own. So we're gonna do. Let's see here. I guess we're gonna do basically everything except for slash up until we hit a slash. And then after that, what do I think here? I guess we could do just everything except for white space. Let's see how that gets us started. Oh, get out of here. Task failed successfully. Let's see here. Maybe actually what I wanted was that. And so we're only matching one at the moment, and we need to be matching more than one. So that's still, of course, capturing the trailing period. And if not worse. All right. Seems like the simplest way to handle this is to let the regex be greedy and then sort of use some additional logic on the matches to sort of add a little more intelligence. So the client is not skinnable, but it's super forkable. So if that's your jam, you know, do it to it. But yeah, I just don't really have the time to focus on that at the moment. Let me think here. So trailing punctuation. Is it basically anything that's not a alphabetical letter or a number? Isn't there a way to just pop a character off? I could have sworn that string supported the splice function. Guess not. Okay, so we're in business, barring the fact that we probably also need to consider cases in which closing parentheses might be at the end of a URL, which Wikipedia loves to do. Let's get an example of that. Wow, my internet connection sucks. Come on, man. All right. Let me Wikipedia URL with at the end. Okay, great. Perfect. Okay, so how about that? Just make it so that if there's a trailing slash or a trailing parenthesis, but the URL has an opening parenthesis, we just ignore it. Except it didn't work. Why not? Actually, that may not be a perfect example. We need to kind of count whether or not it's how many parentheses there are to match pairs. But let's find out why this didn't work first. I'm on the live one. All right. Okay, some interesting problems here. Not sure why the second one isn't linkifying. Maybe because my regex needs a global flag. And yep, alright, so we need to do our counting, which is fun. Anything else that might require this? Angle brackets aren't really allowed in URLs. Is that accurate? Percents ought to be in there. Perfect. Okay, but that's now not working. All right, what's wrong here? Nothing obviously wrong. Ah, that's fine. Okay. So I can't put the plus outside, so if I put it right there. Alright, and then let's see what happens if I do foo %2f bar %2f baz. Okay. That's interesting. Aha. Okay. Who here loves regexes? Okay, but still failing. Why is that? Ah, it's not hitting at all. The linkification was happening in the dev tools and tricked me. Okay. Sort of confused as to why this isn't working. Should at least be matching the first character. That A through Z, there's no dot being matched, but it should be matching the F. So now it's matching that. So why is that not matching the first character of F? Okay, something is malformed in that listing there. Is it possibly you? Who's doing it to us? So it looks like basically everything but the reserved characters is what we're looking for here. No, those are actually valid. So it's not the reserved ones. Ugh. Okay, let's go back to something really straightforward. Where was that? Alright. Not you, not you, not you, you. So supposing we just dumped in that simple listing. Okay, and we can simplify the alphanumerics as well as the numbers. Okay, so that is still missing the percent encodings. But it is a little better. So let's now test the percent encodings. I think we can actually solve that by just allowing the percent. Okay, no problem there, just add the percent. So now we have only valid characters, that's helpful. Among that list, the ones that we got to balance in terms of the bracket hood are square and square brackets and parentheses. What is the simplest way to count the number of occurrences of a character in a string? Okay, simple enough. All right. All right, let's see if that worked. Okay, that one's looking good. That one broke. That one broke. And that one seems alright. So there's something wrong with that. Calling match. Maybe I need to reverse. Is it the string.match or is it regex.match? It appears to be string.match, so I got that reversed. Semantic satiation is hitting me. Match is suddenly a funny word. Look at that. Nailed it. Alright, this one's still upset because of this. And I'm guessing we just gotta do this. Match. All right, looking good. So that's URLs. Why don't we also hit first of all, let's pull that out. Now let's also hit user IDs. Grab some water real quick. Y'all want to see a picture of Kit all cuddled up? She's looking pretty cute. Look at that. What a cutie. I'm sure that comes out great over the feed. I'll have to fleet that later. If you want your kit pics, you gotta check out my fleets. Alright. So, for the user IDs, the trick is we want to detect them, but like not. So here's a good example of it. Somebody gave us a great one. Right here. So we want to detect this, but not that one. If it's like in a URL, we don't want it to linkify it. Which is a little tricky. So let's say that we know it's blank at blank, and we'll take advantage of a capturing group. Kind of looks like a butt. There's an optional at the beginning, and then let's say it's gotta have white space or an opening parenthesis or an angle bracket. Let's say it's like this. Let's say you gotta have a white space, and then you can optionally have an opening parenthesis or an angle bracket. And then it can also have a closing parenthesis, but it's got to have, or a closing bracket. Let's try that. So our test string is going to be foo all at foo.com. You know, the requirement of white space at the beginning, the problem with that is it'll fail to match at the opening. Matched absolutely nothing. That's because I still got the butt. So we'll do, and actually that should be lowercase because it's not inverted. And here it's uppercase because it is inverted. Got an unterminated group right there. Okay, it's kind of close. So there are elements of this that are working, and elements which are not. This is kind of a pain. Let me think. So if we just pop over to the naive version real fast. So the naive version is like sort of working, but it's catching more than it should. So supposing we modify it to first for user IDs, user.json. We'll leverage this to improve the matching at the beginning. Okay, we're closer. And then in the stuff that follows, we just need what's valid for domain names, which I think we can do a pretty simple regex for that as well, which is going to be similar. It just includes periods. Okay, so that's doing pretty well. I need to expand this to support dashes in the near future, but I'm included that in our regex here. So now the question is, how are we handling when it's instead of a URL? Let's start with just getting the simple version done. Okay, and as expected, it worked in that case, but totally blew up that URL. Same story there. So the question is, how do we get this thing intelligent enough to not match items that are inside of a URL? That makes it harder. Makes it much harder. We could require spaces to be around it, but that only works up to a point, really. There's also the trailing period problem. You know what? I think we're just going to not support user IDs for now, because I think we'll end up blowing a lot of time for this, and it's just not really worth it. Okay. Huzzah.
Citizen.
Okay, so that's fixed. what next? Let's hit that avatar upload during sign up. Before I do that, I'm gonna use the bathroom real fast. I'll be right back. Everybody have a good weekend? Anything exciting going on this week? What is going on this week? New month, new me. Word, me too. Hey, Miguel. How was your weekend, Miguel? Working. Hopefully not too hard. Are you working on your PhD? Right on. What Okay, interesting. Aha. Anything you can share about your PhD in progress? Okay, so that's avatar, which will get data URL. So it's just avatar. And we do. Hey, Mike. Well, that's a story I can identify with. Yeah. Alright, that seemed to fix the avatar upload.
Citizen.
Miguel, did I ever share my story about not being a game developer? My kind of thing that I went through with that? So, when I, one sec. Yeah. Happy to share. So, when I went to, all right, so growing up, I always had in my head that I was going to be an EE major at MIT. Like when I was like 12 or 13, I decided that. Not really sure where that came from. It just kind of captured my imagination. And the reason I was into computers in general as a kid, of course, was because I grew up with video games. And I just loved the idea of being able to, build on them. So then when I started programming around 13, I got into really two different things. One was modding Half-Life, which put out the SDK. The other was I started getting like OpenGL because there were community sites like Neon Helium that were putting out all these tutorials for doing OpenGL with C++. And so I started to really, throughout high school, get into building video game engines. I always ostensibly had a video game in mind whenever I was working on it, but truth be told, I was always just working on the game engine and would architect these engines and then get to a point where I sort of felt like, I wanted to start from scratch and throw away the entire intent of building the game. And I did that up until college. Didn't end up getting into MIT, in part because in parallel to the tech stuff, I did a lot of theater in high school. And I was told by the MIT, entry board that seemed like I wasn't actually interested in being an engineer because of the arts that I had. Very much the story. And also, I was more interested. That was the game for me. It was building the game engine, more so than the game itself. So, I didn't get an MIT, so I ended up going to Texas A&M, which, state school. And I was an EE major there. And I was a pretty darn proficient programmer at that stage. The MIT thing, yeah, it is a little weird. I don't know. The only feedback I got was it just didn't seem like I was going to be an engineer. And they were probably right about that because I ended up being a programmer. And I probably didn't do enough to kind of highlight my programming proficiency. I remember going and talking to somebody at one point, and he was talking to me about things related to physics, which I was okay with, but not strong. And so it was just I was doing a bad job of selling myself and sorting myself into the right bucket. I was a pretty solid programmer by then. I ended up taking a C++ class, kind of an entry to C++ class that was for the electrical engineering majors that Bjorn Strustrup taught at A&M. He's the creator of C++. Just breezed right through that class. Fell asleep in front of Bjorn multiple times while he's teaching. We had some kind of final that was, building a version of Scrabble, and my Scrabble game was just like completely shippable. Like I just was showing off hard. And so like I bring that up just to say like I knew what I was doing. And so the EE major I found to be interesting, but not as interesting as programming was for me in general. I started to flunk my physics classes because I wasn't spending enough time on it. We'll get back to that in a second. I did find the actual practice of like wiring up breadboards to be pretty enjoyable, but in a way, the only reason I found that enjoyable is because it was a weird form of programming, just using the flow logic of electrons as opposed to the, binary logic of code. The reason I was failing my physics class is that I wasn't studying, and the reason I wasn't studying is that I got into the game development group at Texas A&M and was spending all of my nights and weekends there. And if I was being honest with myself at the time, I would have just been like, you really just want to make games. In fact, I was somewhat aware of that, Yeah, I might dig modular synth music. Truth be told, I didn't stick with the analog world or the breadboard world enough to be, terribly skilled at it. Just enough to understand the high levels, and remember some of the kind of top level concepts. So, I obviously wanted to be a programmer for games, and I felt like that was not an important enough thing to do with my life. And I didn't know about tech entrepreneurship really, and so I bailed out and decided to go into the arts. And so that's how I ended up getting a theater degree. Looking back in hindsight, I think all that was stupid. I really should have stuck with computer science, first of all, right from the top level. Like, I thought that college didn't have anything to teach me about programming. Pretentious little kid. And in some ways that was true, but I just obviously wasn't thinking about what computer science would take me down as opposed to just the craft of programming. Obviously I should have stuck with programming. And truth be told, I should have stuck with game development. I now don't really buy the view that game programming is in any way less important than anything else. Part of my motivations for getting into theater arts was using the power of storytelling to reach people and to change minds and create empathy for, one of the best ways to get people to empathize with somebody outside of their personal sphere is to tell a great story about what it's like to be in that situation. I'm going to have to take a break in a second and answer this. As it turns out, storytelling in gaming has begun to hit that level quite effectively. The Call of Duty games are dumb, in a lot of ways. They're mainstream and, simple, except that, I gotta say, the experience of the second to last Call of Duty release was like playing a Tom Clancy movie. It was so well done in that regard, and that cinematic feel. And I don't know how important the story is that they're telling, but the capacity for storytelling is just demonstrated amazingly by those Call of Duty games. And then as we move into, then you start talking about like competitive gaming and the social world that all that creates. It's a fascinating space. And then the talents and the capabilities of game development will eventually lead you into AR and VR, which is going to become really important in the next decade and on. And then there's also just like creating joy for people, also a completely acceptable thing to do with your life. So I think all of my logic as a young person was wrong, and I now say people don't make the same mistake I did. All of that is divorced from the really difficult reality of the industry of game development. It's incredibly competitive. If you're an indie, you're working terribly hard to make a breakout, same as startup. And if you're working in a big company, you're a cog in a big machine, getting overworked. So the industry is one, I think, realistic reason not to pursue it. But I don't know. There's a part of me that still says, despite that, whether you go indie or pick up a job at a big firm, I still think you should pursue what you like doing. And the idea that it's just not an important enough thing to do should never be. Don't make the mistake I made in that regard. I just don't agree with it anymore on any level. Yeah. And in many ways, I think it's, you look at like what happened with Minecraft and how, I'm working on social networking here, right? How does Minecraft or World of Warcraft factor into the social space? Direct analogs. Facebook competed with World of Warcraft back when WoW was big. And eventually, those are going to blend together in a metaverse-y kind of way. So, what we're doing here and versus what's going on with games, it's not so delineated. And so if you do want to get into it, finish your PhD if you want to. But just, don't make the mistake I did. Don't say no to it just because it didn't feel important enough. You gotta, it doesn't matter, because you're just not going to be happy if you don't do the thing that you love to do, And if you turn what you love to do into a job, that's not for everybody as well, but there you go. Well, that's always an option too. You could always let your hobbies stay hobbies, but it's up to you. Anyway, I just wanted to share that just to impart my feelings about the importance factor, Yeah. Well, I hate to break the stream, but my good friend just called twice, so I need to find out what's going on there. So I'll be back in a well, maybe you just texted. Let's see. No. All right, I'll be back in like 15. everybody. Sorry for the break there. Got a friend in LA trying to buy his first home. Not easy to do. Alright. So let's solve this cursor weirdness when creating a community. You know, let's get rid of that target blank action on the link clicks. Think of the middle click thing. Well, no, but on mobile you kind of want it. Alright. Cool. Alright, what am I doing? Creating a community. So let's first fix that dashes problem. And so that'll be over in the user schema. And we need to look for any places where that regex is being repeated. Kitty catty. Alright. So we're going to add the ability to put a dash in there. And it should probably not end with a dash. Possibly. We'll see. Just kind of taking it issues as they hit me, but probably. Okay. So that's fixed. And probably in the community creator. Okay. Okay. So that weird cursor thing was probably because we were changing the value underneath people, and so we'll just only reset if there's something that happened with validation that caused it. Okay.
Citizen.
And in the sign up, we need to make sure that the sign up username logic isn't doing anything wrong there. I don't think actually we're even doing any kind of validation on it at the moment. Nope. Okay. Apparently I have a problem of accidentally streaming. Wow. Yikes. How did this happen? Better take that down. Don't think anything sensitive showed up in there, but anyway. Come on. Boy, my internet connection is just totally garbage. Unfortunately, the load time of the Citizen server is a little subpar as well. Now you know about my YouTube streaming. There are two sources of slowness for me. One is my internet connection. The other is the Citizen node servers. Whenever they have more than 10 databases, the start time kind of slows down a little bit. It's not terrible, but it's slower. So let's see. We got dash. Allow dashes and usernames. That's handled. And the cursor weirdness is handled. All right, let's actually move that into accounts. All right, we got the comment links to handle. Probably a good one to hit. Emojis kind of seem to be doing what they're supposed to, so I'm going to leave that for the moment. Need to update membership state, that's in the client. Get my OCD taken care of. And let's spend a little time marking the ones that are a little more important. You and you. You and you. And you. Alright, so the ones I marked with double stars are the ones I think we can all wrap up today. We'll have to handle the remote DNS problems, the reverse DNS problems rather, a little bit later. Let's plan to handle that today or tomorrow. Okay. And what else did I talk about handling today? All right. So tomorrow-ish, we'll do the forgot password, the email confirmation, and the changing password. And I need that change password flow because I had used an auto-generated password for mobile or for my account, and then I realized like, oh, I don't want to have to punch that in on mobile, so I need to use a password that I can easily enough type in. What was the other thing I wanted to get in there? Oh yeah. Just a general usability pass on mobile. Make sure everything is doing what it's supposed to. Alright. So, let's handle the comment links. Huh, why is that showing 2 comments? Maybe one got deleted? Interesting. Yeah, because somebody definitely replied to me earlier. Let's make sure that's not a bug, just a deleted comment. looks like they deleted their comment there. Yeah, interesting. Okay. But to think about that in the future. All right. So we had another bug show up there when we're looking at a comment. Oh no, you know what? That's probably in the notification. Okay, interesting. So right there, is that doing post? What you doing? It's inside the comment renderer. Ah, post URL. That should be comment URL. Okay. And you know what? It is time to update our view engine. And merge, just be using the HTML over here. So, what up, Paulo? Is CW a function? Ah. No, it is a function. Okay. Alright. Okay. So now I can finally ditch that duplicate views directory.
Citizen.
Okay, so that's that. Now let's hit the comments page, which is basically the same as the post page. Okay, and then we just gotta modify this sucker. So really we just want perfect. Okay, and so then in our Vercel, we just need to add in the comment variate.
Citizen.
Let's wait for that to actually deploy. Okay. Looking good. As soon as I see this comment load. Yep. Good deal. Can non-admin roles change the profile picture? This is something we ran into, or one of the users ran into, that I'll need to test here in a second. Let's start with this one though. Update the membership state after joining a community. So this situation is that we had somebody join a community and then try to post on it. And it failed. Okay, so worked fine. I'm going to leave the community. I'm going to join the community, create a post. Oh, it worked. So I've left the community. Okay, join the community. So that didn't update, so we know it's working wrong there. That one's working okay. Was a reply? That would make sense. That makes sense. Interesting. In which case we may have a problem of needing to, because like if I open this up and then leave the community, yeah, we got a little bit of a state update need here. So that should update. I wonder if my create post code even on the back end guards against that. I don't know if it does. Yeah, it doesn't look like it actually even tries to guard against posting to a community you're not a member of. Not a huge deal, but it would be probably wise. What they saw was join, and it hasn't updated there. Hey, Anish, heart back at you. All right. So the simplest thing here is we've got session state. Which is right here. Exhort. I like it, exhort. So now whenever somebody does anything related to, so it's loading followers, so really only community joins or leaves that we need to watch for. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna, if I do create post, shows up there. If I leave the community, it's now gone. If I join the community, it's now there.
Citizen.
Okay. So that makes sense. Could come up with a way to like use the tab messaging to trigger them to all refresh that state, but I'm not going to bother with that for the moment. Let's look into that admin state situation. Okay, so the edit profile is missing. Let's start with that. So this stuff has permission, seems to be failing on that matter. Let's look into why that might be. It's got the role. So now let's take a look at the role records. Okay. So it's got the permissions. Valued at permissions. Ah, includes no, it will not include a closure. There we go. Got it. That was the bug. All set now. Let's check if there's any other definitions of that. Nope, that's it. Okay.
Citizen. How many bash aliases do I have? No. That many. S for status, CO for checkout, C for commit, B for branch, push, pull, D for diff, DC for diff cached, and A for add. Not ever found I need any others. Those seem to do it all. Yeah, really only get aliases. Alright, so we got a couple of mobile items there. We got the size limit on profile pics and resizing images before uploading them. We got the case sensitivity around user IDs. We got the problem with suggested communities being let's go ahead and bump those to today. So, you know, I'm going to just take all of my today issues and group them all together. Okay. All right. Quick bathroom break. BRB. Alright, so mobile is also, mobile's got a couple problems. There's no suggested communities UI. There's also just not your communities. Basically everything in the right sidebar goes away on mobile right now. And that's garbage. Also, that's a little funky. Looks like the alpha just somehow didn't get displayed none, or, you know, however you want to look at that. So let's jump on over to our header. Start by fixing that weirdness right there. Ah. Okay. It's almost right. It looks like it's not until a large breakpoint that it should be showing. Okay, and then we got, what kind of padding do we need here? UT, what, 10? 12? PT 12. So you get large, at which point it's PT 0. Okay, that's all looking good. Something else we need to deal with is this menu, basically, when it's open and you click outside of it, it should close. Doesn't do that currently. So we're going to register a click handler to the capture phase of the event. The capture phase is basically what that indicates is that it's going to be hit as the event is first bubbling up to the target, as opposed to on the down bubble out. MDN has some good documentation on that if you are not familiar. And if the menu is open, we're going to do is menu open equals false and stop propagating the event. I believe that will do what we need it to. It's looking right. It didn't cancel the event. That's probably because we have a number of things in which mouse down is what's listened to as opposed to just click. That might actually be for the best. I don't know, it depends. Like, if I'd be a little annoyed by that. Like, oh, I was pressing that. Why didn't it register? One way we could handle that is if the menu is open, we could gray out everything, so to speak, put an overlay in. Might not be unwise. That would also change how we approach this particular task. Yeah, I kind of think maybe that's a little bit safer approach, a little clearer what's going on. That should work. And what z-index should that have? Guess it does need commas. Okay. And then we just need to listen. Yeah, a little cleaner.
CTZN.
Alright, so that improves on that behavior. We had a couple of issues where couple issues where the buttons default styles were still kind of shining through on mobile. And the simplest solution to that might be to follow, just to load the live thing and follow the steps here. So I won't be able to get localhost going, but I can still get the dev tools. Ah, Clippy, get out of here. Right, my phone is in my pocket. So first things first. Find the Safari settings. Go to advanced. Okay, so we got the web inspector enabled. Now we're going to go to Safari. Hopefully nothing terribly embarrassing in that. And then we're going to develop. And I'm not seeing it here. I gotta use the lightning cable. Okay. Do I even have? Yes, I do. Okay. I'm gonna remove my screen for just a second because I don't know what else is gonna show up. So. Seem to have broken my webcam in the process. Okay, webcam. 1 second. There we go. And we're going to develop iPhone. Got a problem with the log out button being too low, so that's something I gotta fix. All right. I literally can't click the log out button. So I guess I could probably fix that here. It is pretty cool how as you're like as you scroll over things in the DevTools, they'll highlight on your phone. Pretty darn neat. I'm gonna put a padding bottom 200 pixels. Now I'm gonna click log out. Oh. We just hit a okay, logged out, and there's that button looking wrong. So it's in here.
here, and here. So why, oh why, are we seeing a little bit of a background? Seems to actually be you that's doing it. If I get rid of the type submit, does that go away? Interesting, that's the one. That's the problem. How funny. So putting type submit on a non-button item caused the type submit, you know, the button styles to get applied to the web component. Funny, sort of makes sense. Huh, okay. So here's how I will fix that. I'm going to look for anywhere I'm using type submit. And I'm going to turn that into button type submit. Yep. 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 Nope. Yep. 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 And yep. Okay, and then in our button code, just change that to button type. Okay, that's looking good.
CTZN.
Next, let's adjust where that log out goes, because that's garbage. So we do actually want it to be at the bottom when you're in normal desktop mode. So we want it to be there, but it'll be hidden and then only show at large. I guess I need to do LG block. Okay, and then whenever we shrink it down, okay, and then this will do PT6 with LG PT0. Okay.
Citizen.
So, we had buttons got fixed. And now we got to think about where to put things related to community. Before I do that, just going to log in on mobile here and poke around a little bit, see if anything is feeling crappy. Except I can't log into localhost. So that was an ill-fated idea. All right, time to type in a long password. Wish me luck. Have to avoid verbalizing the the password as I go, which is what I would normally do to help me remember, and then I would be reading my password out to everybody. So I can't do that. Got it. Sweet. Okay. Could use a little pad on the bottom of the screen. Overall, though, we're looking pretty good. Yeah. Okay. Let's try making a post real quick. Oh, there's a good one. Clicking create post doesn't close the menu currently. That's no good.
Citizen.
Okay.
Okay. We're mostly solid here. Be nice if a side swipe would cause the menu to show up. That would be a nice affordance. Let's see if we can get that. JS mobile detect swipe. Okay, pretty straightforward. Ears are ringing a little bit. Okay. So in the header, the constructor. This is all we're looking for. Okay, good. And it doesn't falsely, oh, it does kind of falsely trigger on vertical swipe. That would be a super regrettable thing to include, so we need to hold on to the touch start Y as well. Glad I checked that. All right, so now what we need to do is calculate the diffs in the different dimensions. And then we're going to let the diff x normalized equal diff x divided by the absolute value of diff y so that the sign stays the same. And then if it is greater than 1. So what that should do is put us in a situation where it only detects when you swipe right more than you swipe vertically. And it seems like it's not quite correct yet, because I'm not doing the normalized version. We still may want to tweak the threshold just a little bit. Okay, so it actually was working. Let's take a look at how these numbers are coming out. That's interesting. The diff y and the diff x seem too high. Diff y in particular, am I getting something wrong? I am. Should be screen y. Okay.
So let's increase that threshold just a little bit to make it more like, so like right now if you do a sort of 45-degree angle, it should come really close to 1.0 and only tilt over whenever you hit greater than 45 degrees. Of course, the distance traveled also factors in here. So let's do like 1.5 rather than just 1 and see how much that affects. Because you really just don't want it to trigger prematurely ever. Okay, and then I'm also going to require that the diff x be greater than, let's say, 100 pixels. Yeah, that seems pretty good to me. Yeah, I like it.
CTZN.
Ooh, I just got that must be logged in error. Huh. Wonder what that's about. Something else I've noticed is every once in a while the menu will sort of like appear and then go away. Yeah, when you go back. So let's fix that as well. Okay, let's try that screen swipe on mobile. Yeah. Cool. That's handy. Nice to put in little affordances like that. I feel like maybe on mobile the kind of gray area between posts should go away. They should be flush against each other. One other thing I'm going to do is whenever we are looking at a thread in mobile, I'm going to add a little padding to the bottom. I'm also going to make that back button a little bigger. So let's do BB 12 and then BB4. Okay, so in the base pop-up, it's right here, and Let's make it a little bigger. Let's make it all the way up to like 24. Yeah, plenty of space down at the bottom, and then let's take you and bump you up to 2XL. Maybe even 3. Yeah. It's pretty big, nice and easy to click. Hopefully that won't be a... Yeah, it's pretty big. Let's see, how small does it feel right now? Pretty small. Why don't I use my mobile debugger to try it live? And set you to 2XL. Yeah, that's still pretty small. Let's try 3. Yeah, that's what it ought to be. Very hard to predict, looking at the dev tools, what it's going to look like on mobile. There's just a little bit of a vibe difference here.
Citizen.
We got that problem of the menu sort of showing up briefly whenever you hit the back button. And that is because we start with the menu with this positioning, and with, in fact, that is the real problem. With transform being on a transition, it sort of runs that transition from 0% to negative 100% on page load. And it needs to not do that. How to fix that? Well, that's an interesting solution. Let's see if I can reproduce it in mobile. Or in the DevTools, rather. Nope, of course not. Okay. So I have to sadly commit something in order to test it. Let's... this. And then we'll go to the header. And really, the simplest way to do this is to just track when isMenuOpen first gets set. Nah, that won't work great. Never mind. So we actually need a render to occur. So don't really want to listen to any window events like page loaded because that may not trigger in time. I'm going to do something kind of lazy, but kind of lazy, but I'm going to do it anyway. And in fact, it just showed that it worked because if I click real fast after page load, the transition doesn't happen. Okay.
Citizen.
So I just need to wait for that to deploy so I can test it. All right, let's give it a shot. So I'm going to profile, and now I'm going back. That still happened. That's a pain. Well, maybe that was a cache issue because now it's not happening. Nope, there it goes again. That fix did not fix it. That's frustrating. I wonder if I needed to wait longer before enabling it. What could be going on with that? if we did... let me think. What if the transition got enabled when the menu opened? That would cause it to work when it opens, but then not whenever you close it. Let's also speed it up just a smidge. That might actually be preferable, to be honest. Let's try that and see if it fixes it. I don't know if it's preferable or not, but it is easier to implement. If we're still having this problem, then I don't know what to do.
Citizen.
So as soon as that deploys, test it, see if we got a winner. Alright, let's see. We got a winner. We got a winner. That fixed it. Cool. So that handles all of the sort of weird UI quirks I noticed on mobile. Let's go ahead and get these things flushed to each other on mobile. I'm just not loving the little gray. So that would mean on small we get rid of that, which we have to do on every one. SM-my3, we take that off, and then on, yeah, okay. Still got an my2 on there, so I gotta do SM-my0. Oh, SM-my3 is actually setting the default. my2 is what was applying.
Okay, there we go. And now we got a double border problem, which we handle by simply taking out the border on the bottom of this. Actually, why don't we take off the border on the top? Okay, and it's very light, so why don't we actually try taking that to a slightly darker border. And what's going on with that? The color is differing slightly. Is there some kind of overlap causing that? Anybody else see that? It's darker there and lighter there. Is that my screen doing that? Yeah, it must be a glitch in the dev, you know, the kind of responsive mobile rendering, because I'm getting kind of variations of gray showing up there. Okay. Let's make sure nothing looks funky with this. Yep, looks fine.
Citizen.
Everything I do will be funky from now on. Everything that I do will be funky. Alright, so we got this question. What to do with these user interfaces, everything in the right sidebar, whenever you're on mobile? Which is a little tricky. Where are they gonna go? We could add a communities page, which would make sense. So we just add communities to the nav, and the suggested communities would be a kind of a part of it, as would my communities. So that tweak I just did, it's pretty good, but we need to modify that a little bit more. First of all, I can't darken just the borders here. That creates a little bit of a problem. The other thing is that it's a little crowded now. Yeah. So let me wrap this up real quick and then we can talk about what to do with that. So,
Citizen.
okay, Michael, what you're saying is you wanted a fast way to swap to different communities. Right now we have a UI there which I think is a little mediocre, truth be told, for your current communities. Load up the main site so I can use my logged in account. Alright, so yeah, that's not great right there. Let's see what Michael had to say. Did I break it or is it? Nope. Did the NFTs community get shut down? That shouldn't be possible. Huh. Okay, pause button while we look into this. Yeah, I mean, that's a valid way to be looking at it there, Michael. Interesting. Where did our NFT community go? So far as I know, there's no mechanism by which communities can be removed. But it's not there. Huh. Yeah. The anti-NFT conspiracy runs deep. That's interesting. Why would that have happened? Anything show up in the logs here? Not really. Huh. There's no indication that a member record failed to load. Interesting. Let me make sure that's right. Pretty sure I didn't create any APIs for like removing any community or user. Pretty sure that like the unregistered app, that's a to-do. And is there any API for deleting a community? No? Communities are loaded from the member records. So we have, during setup, we do load member user databases. And they're loaded here. No reason I can think of that it wouldn't get loaded up. Huh. Alright, better log an issue there, because that's interesting. One thing that just suddenly popped in my brain is that little rendering error there. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Let's fix that. So in the... Hey, Lorenzo. Welcome back. Okay.
so we just need to set a BG white around the comment composer. So we go to thread and composer and is there any chance? Actually, does the composer in this situation get rendered by the comment? I think it might. Yeah, it does. I don't think Frank has any. Oh. Huh. Got to look into that. That should be happening. Huh. Okay. Let's debug that. We got notifications with the item missing. Smee, where'd you send it to me? Send it to me on Citizen. Can you link it to me? What's your username in Citizen? I'm not sure I'm seeing everything because we're getting these notifications where the content isn't showing up. I wonder if we're having some kind of problem where some databases aren't getting consistently loaded during startup. Smee, if you're sharing your, your big tech. You say you sent me a screenshot. I'm guessing as a comment, and I don't have a way to view comments. Can you, shoot. If you were posting to a comment to something, can you tell me what you were commenting on? And I know it's tricky because you can't. Let me try to give you. All right, Smee, you're a moderator now, so see if you can't share the URL of what you're sending me here. Okay, so I'm logged in. It's me on the local host, and I got a whole lot of replies that are AWOL. So let me see what happens if I restart the server. It's loading 11 from 11. You see, right there in the history of this thing, it said there were 12 member records, and now there are only 11. Why would a member record get lost? All right, thank you. And if you don't mind, I'm going to remove your moderator hood. Whoa. You really got to do it that way? Fine. Interesting. Okay, you said that to me yesterday, so it's just probably deep in my law. I think this is something that is an already known issue here. Let's see what your screenshot tells us, if there's anything new. Oh my gosh. Come on, buddy. Yeah. Yeah, we got some kind of weird case in which it's like session resumption fails or something like that. So I gotta look into what's going on with that. Bit of a, yeah, so it's a known issue. I'm not gonna make any promises on Markdown. We'll see about Markdown, but no promises right now. So Lorenzo, you're saying you're not getting any load right now. Is that happening, Lorenzo, where do you see any of the UI at all, or is the entire UI in a loading state? Because like there are two different kind of spinner situations, one where the whole UI is in the spinner and one where just the feed. So like, is it the posts that aren't showing for you, or is it the entire UI that's not showing for you? Just the feed. Yeah, this ought to be alphabetical. Let's see here. I think we have a case where some, yeah, we got a case of databases getting lost. And if I look on my side here, I think I can pretty reliably say it's any time the display name isn't showing up. Huh. So, interesting. There you are, Lorenzo. Do you see any errors in the dev tools, Lorenzo? Nina may well be the first female citizen. No, there's no account deletion yet. At least no intentional account deletion. So I think we got a data loss bug here. Which I think is what we're witnessing here. Let me see if I can find. Yeah, there we go. Bob should be loaded up. So where's Bob? I think we got a data loss problem. So Lorenzo, if you look, if you open up your DevTools and go to Network and refresh the page, and you can filter down to WebSockets, you can click on there, and you should see a log of all the calls being made. Do you see anything that looks like it's just not responding? You know, you'd probably see something like list home feed. Yeah, that seems to happen. I saw that earlier. It seemed to happen whenever I was like logging out. Let's see if I can find that. Yeah, all right. So yours is just failing to upgrade the WebSocket. Yes, me, the authentication thing, known issue. I don't know exactly what's going on with that, so we're gonna, haven't debugged it yet, but known issue. Lorenzo, your problem is interesting. Are you using, what browser are you using right now? Pretty sure I got that right, so I'm just gonna adventure this. And we'll give that a new commit bump.
Citizen.
Okay, latest Chrome on Windows worked up until an hour ago. Huh. Why would the WebSocket fail? Could be out of... I wonder if it's possible the server is out of connections. If it runs out of file descriptors. Let's see if I'm running out of file descriptors, which would affect our ability to open up sockets. Right. How did I solve this in the past? Hmm, 1024 seems pretty low. Yeah, I need to get some monitoring solutions in. Yeah, so ulimit dash in gave me what? The number. Some documentation here. Okay. Doesn't, I don't know, maybe open files? Yeah. So that's capped at 1024. It's probably going through the proxy, but if it works for some people and not others, I'm inclined to think that we're just hitting that limit. So so that is that. Let's just go ahead and get the ls of. Okay. It seems to be using only 176. So that doesn't seem to be the problem. So you think Nginx ran out? All right, let's see here. That would make sense, actually. Let's see. Nginx is in here somewhere. So it's gonna be one of those. 1468, only 13. Let's see if it's the worker processes. 312. Neither of them should be out of, based on what we're looking at here. If proc, then the PID and FD is telling us file descriptors. Neither of them should be out. They're both under, well under the 1024 limit. Unless it has its own. Lorenzo, what happens if you just go to citizen.1? Also seems like we should be getting some kind of different response than what we're seeing here, like some kind of indicator, like where it just says no, can't handle the connection. Yeah, okay, so if that's working, I'd be surprised if we're having like a socket availability exhaustion. Yeah. Wonder if I am missing some config that could affect this. That's all right. That's what I got. So both of these guides, which they kind of seem like a direct copy, actually. This may just, that's what this is. One of those fucking content farms. This one seems to suggest you gotta add this. I'm not sure why. Right. So I'm wondering if maybe there's some kind of config which I missed. Like, what is this upstream stuff right here? That all makes sense. And then, so that's for traffic balancing, which we don't need or use. And you're saying when you look at the WebSocket connection in DevTools, does it seem to set up the connection and then just no requests go over it? Or does it seem like it's getting an error response? So like this right here is what it looks like when it's working correctly. You got a green 101 switching protocols. And you get the response headers with the provisional response. Provisional response is interesting. And so then if you go to, is there a messages tab? Yeah, everything else looks right. Do you have a messages tab in your DevTools for the WebSocket? No, there's no synchronizing occurring unless like there's, I guess it's possible that what we're having is like if it's one thing if the WebSocket, like, do you see messages in the WebSocket DevTools? Because if you do, then it's something that's going on in the back end. Result 0. So you do actually, okay, so the WebSocket is getting established. Refresh real quick and see what you see at the top. It's unusual that it would be seeing, not, I mean, you should be seeing, make sure that you don't have a filter taking off one of the send or the receives, you're showing all. Because like what you're talking about right there is the notifications count response. So that's actually correct. So in your WebSockets, what you should see in the message history, something similar to this right here, where around right there you get post.list home feed, that's ID 6, and then you should see an ID 6 result response somewhere in there, which it's working correctly would be like, you know, kind of hard to find. There it is for me. So I'm guessing what's happening is that you're not getting a response to the list home feed call. It's just kind of syncing, getting stuck, which would be a similar issue to what we were running into the other day that I was trying to debug, of a weird situation with the Hyper-Bs where it was just kind of like blocking on a read for reasons that we couldn't figure out. And this may all be related to the bug I was running into. Yeah, that's expected, Lorenzo.
the client's going to constantly be polling to see if there are any new notifications. What you're running into is more likely that you have a post.list home feed request which is never responding. So you should be able to find a sent message that looks like this, and then what I'm guessing is you don't have any response with an ID that matches the list home feed call. So that suggests that something that you are following has a Hyper-B response which isn't responding. It's just blocking forever, causing the list home feed to fail to respond. And we spent some time trying to work around that, but couldn't end up solving it right before the alpha. I'm 99% sure what that is. I'm going to, instead of continuing to try to debug that, I'm going to try to look into what's going on with the server failing to load all the databases, which kind of looks like data loss. So I'm going to use the bathroom real fast, and then I'm going to dive into that. Thankfully, I'm seeing it on the home server here on my local host where Bob is failing to load up. So I can look into why that might be happening. Okay, like I said, I'm 99% sure what you're going to find is list home feed is just not responding. Be right back, just gonna use the bathroom. Okay. So I'm finished with my mobile stuff. Yeah, that's all looking good. So I'm going to go ahead and close Safari and disconnect iPhone. User database not found. Yep. All right. So your problem is connected to your problem is exactly in line with what we're about to try to debug, which is databases which are supposed to be available seem to be getting lost somehow. Where'd I put it? So the first question to ask ourselves is, what's going on with the member records? Which is where these databases are getting loaded from. And let's find out. Okay, come on. Well, thankfully we actually have a number of useful and available indicators of these problems. Including on my local host. So, let's start by taking a look at my local host's hyperspace, and there is Bob missing. So now, I'm going to look at the server. Now the member records,
that we load from. One second. Okay, and if I do a reply, okay, I got fixed. So load member databases. It's a query from the public server database users table. Okay. So I'm going to see if we can't get a hype ls on this guy. It's not plural, that's why. Okay, so the record is there. Intriguing. How many do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 users. And when I look at this, it only thinks there are 11. So why would the list function give us the wrong count here? How intriguing. I wonder if I have a bug in like my list function. Huh. Well, I'll say one thing. I'm actually extremely encouraged that this bug appears to be as trivial as it is, because if it were data loss, I'd be unhappy, to say the least. But it doesn't look like data loss. Let's see what happens if I remove that timeout. So the timeout function is not the problem. And let's see what happens if I just remove the options. No effect. Data lost and found. Interesting. Huh. This is quite interesting. So create read stream. What do we get if we put in a through? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, interesting. Huh. I screwed up. I know exactly what happened now. Huh. I screwed up the schema somehow for the user. And validation is failing. And it's because I set the minimum, that it's not data corruption, it's that I set the minimum length of the usernames to be at least one character less than it was before. And so the user records were beginning to fail validation. Haha. Yeah. So that needed to be like that. Because the minimum character count initially... Ah, what a fun one that was. I am really glad that that was not a more complicated problem than it was. So yeah, if we go to database, no, not database, if we go to schemas and user, and we look at this diff. So we introduced this requirement for there to be a trailing character, and implicitly that added to the number of characters required by 1, which meant that a 3-character username was no longer valid. Validation failed on reads. Well, I tell you, that could have been a lot worse. So, I mean, that could have been anything from the hyperspace system failing to load databases. It could have been data loss, which would have been really scary. Okay. So basically anybody with a 3-letter username got hosed for a little bit there. Whoops. Hey. Okay, let's get that out fast. Yep. That deserves a commit bump for sure.
Citizen.
It wasn't intentionally targeted at the NFT group, but let's be honest. It probably was subliminally motivated. But, you know, why would I ever want to attack Nifty Fun Times? It was interesting to see how that bug played out. In some ways, kind of could have been a lot worse in how it threw everything off, so I'm kind of satisfied it wasn't worse. So last time we loaded 176 user databases. Let's find out how many were 3-letter words for their usernames. $198. So we had about, what, 22 usernames that were short? Or there were a couple of new signups since the last restart. All right. I was even a member. There we go. There it goes. Losing my, I wonder if, what's going on there is the trim is somehow removing code points. No. Huh. And now you're loading up good. Okay, good. So emojis are still getting lost every once in a while. I'm not sure. Yeah, the old missing emoji mystery. I wonder if there's some kind of, yeah, really not sure what could be doing that. Yeah. Whew. Boy, that was, gonna be honest, that was stressing me a little bit. So I'm glad that one wasn't so bad. So what the heck were we doing before that? We were talking about how to do the UI around communities. So Mike, you were talking about how you were thinking about it a little bit like Discords, like Discord servers, switching between them. That's not a terrible way to think about it. You know, we could always do the whole thing of like a sidebar over here with like all of the communities like glued to the left, sort of like how Slack and Discord do it. But that wouldn't really, well, that might work for, you know, desktop. For mobile, obviously that's not so great. But then we could make it so that like it's a part of this whole thing over here. Oh. I don't know. I don't know. Alright, so you're on mobile. And you're thinking, I want to jump to a community. We could stick a, you know, if we did just make it a page, we could have a communities thing down here. You click it, takes it to your communities thing. You get a listing real fast. That kind of seems like the fastest way to do this. I think that's the way to do this. I think we need a communities page. This is just ugly. So we got to think about if we do want to show that there, and if so, how do we want to modify it? Because it's a little ugly. Maybe we show like a few and then like a more. Whoa, 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 Paulo. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's not get hasty. Search. What are you doing to me? I have no idea how I want to implement search. I gotta think about that. Yeah, I mean, since you asked, one of the interesting challenges about search is a given server will have a limited view of the network. So if I'm logged into CTZN 1, you know, does search results only show results for if you search
Is it only your home server that gives you results? I don't know. This gets into some interesting questions, around, like, so it touches on like the empty homepage challenge. It touches on the default suggested communities challenge, which is basically the question of governance. What determines the search corpus? And in a way, you want that to be a cross-server system, especially for search. So you kind of need a way to put together some kind of service or data set, at least, for search that is governed more broadly than just the server. But that may be overthinking it. I don't know. You have a Hacky Communities page on the citizenry.glitch.me for listing ones. Well, now I would never want to discourage folks beginning to send PRs. Let's give it a look. The only reason I might not just ask for the PR is that it might just be faster for me to implement from scratch. But, since you put in the work, let's take a look at it. My internet connection is so garbage. I think streaming is like really at the upper limit of what this thing can handle. Come on, buddy. Rooms, eh? Yeah. So I'm thinking this is how we'll handle it. You're calling them rooms. You must be thinking about some kind of, and you're putting microphones around. Hey, that's fun. So you're integrating a meat thing. I clicked. I gave it a clicky. Yes, maybe we'll get to search when we get there. Interesting. Okay. I think I've lost my... Huh. Oh, ejected. That's cool. I dig it. We need to find a way to make it easy for this to get integrated without having to fork. Hang on. Is it working? Is it working?
Yeah.
Cool. Alright, I dig that. Yeah, cool. Huh. Very open source, open architecture to integrate a different service like that. Interesting. Interesting. Huh. So I guess the interesting question there is how would we possibly integrate something like this into citizenry without it being a fork? That's the interesting question there. Okay. Well. Yeah. No, I dig it though. I dig where your head's at. And I dig how that's sort of put together. Like, obviously, linking out to a room, all you need is a URL for the room, So like the idea of introducing the ability for any community to have a chat room or a live audio room, just a matter of setting the right link and having a UI for sending people there. Do you think it needs a native version? That's an interesting question to me, because like if we didn't want to do a native citizen native approach to what you're doing, like a non-native approach could bounce out to another service like the glitch media you're using. I'm wondering if that would be a better way, because then it's like reducing the amount of stuff we're implementing native, you know what I mean? It's kind of even being more open in that design. But I guess it depends on like what all your design requires for that. In a way, I guess that's no different than just having like a link to a Discord. But I'm guessing you must have something in there that's a little more intelligent. Okay, let's get a communities page going. All it needs is signaling. Right now I use a WebSocket mesh to deliver them for the rest. And the rest is all done by PureJS with unique IDs, so a list of unique IDs does it. Yeah, but so I guess one of the questions I would have is, since all you do need is signaling, does it need to be in a distributed fashion? Do you need a signaling mesh? Because you could just like have a community set up a server somewhere that does, like it could just be like a Jitsi link. And it just, you click it and you bounce out to whatever that app is. So the question is like, does it need to have a distributed signaling mesh, number one, and number two, what needs to integrate into Citizen for it to work? Right. Well, I guess this really comes down to like if you're using. Hang on one second. All right, let's kind of plot this out. So you got your signaling server. And you got your users over here. And if you're using WebRTC, then the signaling server, of course, is just establishing, come on, a connection between the users so that they can talk to each other. So the question is, do we need a distributed signaling server architecture? Because if you have a link to something like this, then you're all set. You just bounce out to the signalingservers.com where it's going to arrange the connections between everybody. And you just are basically relying on the signaling server to arrange all the connections between everybody that wants to interact in that room. Now, if you wanted to do it in a distributed fashion, like having the citizen servers natively support signaling, this is when you would have to get the signaling mesh involved. And yeah, I mean, just the question that it comes down to is like, if you're introducing distributed networking into any part of the stack, my default is to
be skeptical because, it's just adding complexity. And so the question really is like, do you need distributed signaling for the system to work? Or is it just as simple as everybody just talking to one of the servers somewhere? And it kind of just comes down to like, what's the upside, what's the downside of the different approaches? Like, even if you're talking about like using distributed signaling to try to reduce the load on a given signaling server, even then you're talking about, it's not going to be a load reduction because these two servers are going to be doing distributed signaling, a distributed signaling protocol with each other, so they're going to need to be adopting a fair amount of the same amount of resources, especially because in a WebRTC scenario, you're trying to aim for even connection between everybody. Everybody needs to connect to everybody. So at the end of the day, it doesn't actually reduce the load on your signaling servers to distribute that part of it. Might get a little more complex whenever you're talking about, needing to have like authenticated connections where like, yeah. Again, it's just the question we need to answer for ourselves is whether or not the signaling endpoints need to be distributed or not. And sure, I'm open to the conversation, but it's just one of those things where, in a way that might be sometimes surprising to folks, I try to avoid any kind of distributed design unless I think it actually is super necessary. And even in the way that I've architected CTZN, I aim to try to minimize that down to the Hypercore protocol as much as possible. I just try to avoid complexity when it's not 100% of an upside. So I'm open to this, but it needs to be super well motivated. And if it can be done without distributed signaling, then I think it should be. Cool. All right. And, I share all that because I figure you do know I owe a pretty detailed explanation and defense for any reason that I have for something like that. But anyway, okay, what was I doing? Communities page. So we're going to add a new build there. Oh, you know what else we need to get done? Page titles. Whenever you're looking at things, the page title needs to get updated. Okay. Something else that needs to happen. Cache avatar responses, cache headers, and avatar responses. Need to be taking advantage of HTTP caching. All right. So, communities. And in the header, I'm thinking it goes, what, underneath profile? Kind of seems right to me. And we just hit our length limit. What a shame. So So now I've got to tweak the size of this thing. That's a pain. Okay, just by 2 pixels, so I think that's survivable. Shouldn't screw anything up to add the 2 pixels, I don't think. I think that needs to go above profile. In fact, I think it might need to go above notifications. I think that's right. Okay, and then in mobile we need to add that to the bottom nav. Okay, now let's add communities.js, and we need to update our watch. Let's see, first the rollup config. That should be all. And that okay. And now let's update this, and don't need you, and don't need you, and don't need you, and I don't need you, and don't actually need to separate the no session and the with session. And we'll take all this code from the sidebar, bring that into the main. Get rid of the right sidebar. Get rid of these. Keep that.
1 second.
How long have we been streaming here? Since like 9:30. Day flew by. So, probably render this similar to how notifications are rendered. Okay. You know, rather than making everything a link, why don't we just make the whole card a link? Okay, miserable failure. Okay, what's wrong? That's what's wrong. The old autocomplete jumped in for me and didn't really help. Also doesn't help that we have a div close tag right there. Okay, and let's give that a cover BG gray 50. Okay, and take that to MR4, then over on the span, we'll set that to class block text LG font medium. All right, let's get out of this test account. Where are we failing here? Inquirer, eh? Okay. So I'm wondering if we actually need these to be, if it's my communities, I don't think we need like the description and stuff. I think this needs to be just kind of an optimized list to quickly get you to your communities. So I think maybe everything kind of shrinks a little bit. Like rather than 16, we go with like 8. Yeah. And maybe we force it to be a single line. Let's increase the padding on each of these just a little bit. And let's get an alphabetical sort going. Okay. And with the suggested communities, we actually don't need to do the slice. I feel like there probably ought to be some visual separation here. So like, yep. Okay. Now, why did we lose the BG of white? It suggests we got a markup problem. Not interested. Huh, what's going on here? Yeah, that's right. Do I have a gray? Got an extra closing div in here somewhere and I can't find it. It's not this one. Okay. Okay. Got that nice little hovering title thing there. So I mean, it's all the same project, so to speak, but the citizenry is the front end and citizen is the back end. So like yes and yes. If the window is wide but not very tall. It's using position sticky, so it should work as you would think. Hey, Mike. Yep, I'm getting that communities thing done. It's just because you asked for it. If that's not high touch, I don't know what it is. Yeah, I think the default's right. And I think both of these need a shadow MD maybe. Why that's so light as to barely be noticeable. Yeah, it's there. It's not really doing what I need it to do though. Nope, the servers actually work across, the communities work across servers. It's a big part of how it's all designed. We have a little bit of a bug stopping it from working at the moment, but it will work. Not totally loving the shadows, but what if we did... What if we did something like this? Well, every group has a unique ID, so even if you're never just like quotes, right? It's not just the quotes. It's quotes at citizen.1. So the server ID gets involved, and that's how you can have that work. Let's just try it. No, there's no automatic merging. They're just separate groups. Separate communities. Yep. That shadow is applying to the outside, not the inside, naturally. I am inclined to say we should go with bigger pictures here. That's a little too big. Let's try 12. No, let's try 10. Okay, and let's try font medium. It's not exactly pretty. This looks nicer than that does. That's odd. Where's that bottom border? Aha. Yeah. I wonder if we should just go ahead and do the same thing for the My Communities listing. Yeah, I think probably that's how we should handle this. And mobile may need a bigger join button. Let's go ahead and do a slightly bigger button. Yeah, it's a little easier. Okay, and I think part of the situation here is that we don't actually have the descriptions for each of these, so we'll have to load them. Yep, alright. Wait a minute, how's that happen? We just did a truthiness check and that's failing? Ah, that would be why. Alright. part of why this also looks better is it's got that kind of spaced out quality on account of the button there. Is there also more space between the... No, that's all the same. Okay, that's looking pretty good. It'd be a great picture, but I think it's actually a really big one. Let me fix that real fast. Yep, it's super big. There we go. Now we got a nice CTZN. To sanitize what? Oh, yeah, we're gonna... That's actually in our to-do list here. And we should actually be able to do that both on the read and the write side. Well, I'll have to look into that. Read side I'm not 100% sure about. How are we looking on mobile? Okay, we got some overflow problems. Is truncate not doing what it's supposed to be doing here? There it is. The good old min width 0 fix. I guess we don't actually have to truncate, we could let it wrap. But why don't we let it wrap? Okay. I'm happy with this. What do y'all think? Looks good to me. Alright, let's make sure we got the Vercel config right. Sweet, sweet. Appreciate all the positivity. Oh, you know what else we gotta do? We gotta make sure that logged out state works, as well as when you don't have any memberships. Let's take a look at that. Look at that. Horrendous. All right. That feels good. Okay. And then I'm going to log out, and that's looking good. It shouldn't be suggesting you join if you don't have a session, so we'll make that button contingent on the existence of a session. Okay. Cool.
Citizen.
Well, it seems like people are kind of into the idea of skinning, which is interesting. Miguel, there's no need to wipe the old one. You can just create a new one. Are you still using... Let's see, am I following your test account? Maybe I'm not following you at all. Yeah, I don't know if I'm following you at all. Looks like it is alphabetical, but case sensitivity is coming in. I have to think about how to deal with that. Yeah, so Miguel, you can just create a new account over in... yeah, I mean... It's just kind of living in its own island at the moment. I wonder if notifications really ought to be on top of communities. Yeah, I think that's a little better. How are we looking on mobile? Good. Come on, pocket. There we go.
Citizen.
Okay, so that handles the problem of mobile not having the community's UI. That's all handled now. And we're at like 7.5 hours on the stream, maybe 8. Let's see. Started at about 9:30. DM'd me about a CSS problem. I'm guessing on Twitter. Yep, let's see. Huh. What browser are you using, Miguel? Using Brave, so it's a same rendering engine. But I see the same problem on Firefox. Let's try just widening it a little smidge. Is it cool to say smidge? Is that something cool people say? I'm gonna just widen it a little bit. If you could, try open up the DevTools, look for the menu and try setting it at 175.
Citizen.
Yep, about 7.5 hours streaming. Seems like a good time to wrap up. Go for a jog before I'm completely out of energy. Miguel, let me know. I just pushed a fix, but... Okay. Well, I just pushed an update that should fix that for you. It's at 144 by default. All right. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick and then leave a little open time for anybody to ask any questions. So be right back. Thanks, Sol, on both counts. Yeah, I think it's going pretty well here. We managed to knock out a lot of usability issues today and got a few more to do. So when we pick up tomorrow, we'll hit the size limits on images and around avatars, hit this case sensitivity around user IDs thing, kill me. Got the suggested communities empty state to hit. Dealing with login states, things like if your home server is down, give a clear message about that, and also make sure that the logged out state looks good on everything. Page titles, use caching for avatar hosting, pretty obvious stuff. And then we got all the flows around forgotten password, confirming the user email, changing the password, things like that. So, yeah, you know, it's a lot for one day tomorrow. Not impossible. Everything else is pretty obviously possible. These are the three that will take a little bit because setting up email is a pain in the butt, but we'll see how that goes. And then once all that's done, we can start to get into some new features like post editing and images and posts and post reactions. I think that will be what we do with the rest of the week. Some of these will take longer than you might think they would, like the images in the posts or post editing. A little bit of work. The real trick with images and posts is we got to think about data schemas a little bit. Think about what we're going to make possible and not possible. Yeah, it's a little tricky. Worth it for the citizens. That's what it's all about at the end of the day. That's what it's all about. Well, thank you, Sol. I really appreciate that. You're too kind. Does anybody have any questions or things they want to bring up before I end the stream today? Don't want to scare the cat, but the guitar's coming out. Cat is scared. She hates it. I didn't bleach my hair myself. It was done by a salon, so. No, I never had any issues with dyeing my hair. The only issue I ever had was just being able to get to a salon once the pandemic started. So, wrapping in a blockchain. So, like, there's not really any need for it. There are some folks that have been showing up in the streams every once in a while, Crypto KOH,
and things who have been talking about basically adding a consensus algorithm to Hypercore. So it's definitely doable. Change in incentives in game theory can be potentially a major push despite blockchain being a bit overused. I think there's some good cases, like the management of Hyper, for example. So you can definitely use Hyper as a sort of a primitive for building a blockchain if you were so inclined. At this stage, I don't really see any benefit in doing that. Yeah, I don't know if that's something that I feel like we would, like, what do you figure we would be getting out of it for the system right now, you know? That's the question. If there was something really clear that we'd be able to solve through that, that'd be great. But, you know, and then it's like, should we solve it that way, or should we use something else? I have not been able to tune my guitar forever because every time I try it, the app has been decached by my iPhone, and I can't ever get the dang thing to finish downloading. Come on, buddy. Well, so we have proper decentralization, in my opinion, without a blockchain. Anybody can set up a server to self-host or leverage somebody else's server. And that mechanism, especially if you get to the point where users are holding onto their own keys, is a pretty sufficiently decentralized approach. As for incentivizing, same story. If you're talking about, you know, the only time that you got the question of incentivizing hosting and distribution of your own data. Well, you'll have a relationship with your home server, which you could pay for resources if needed to keep the home server online. So the only reason from there that you might want to have some kind of incentivization layer is if you have a scenario in which computation needs to be distributed between multiple different servers. Like, let's say a community which is millions of people, the home server might be struggling to pay for all the resource usage, and, you know, whoever created the community would probably be the one footing the bill, things like that. So I'm not really sure if that's something that we need to be hitting. Sound perfect, to be honest. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, so the question really just comes down to whether or not the distribution of payment for resources is problematic in the current design. At this stage, I don't think we need to worry about it. And, you know, in the future, I don't know what the mem is. In the future, I don't know, you know, how that will develop. And I also don't know if we were inclined to bring in a blockchain, some kind of a blockchain solution into the system. I probably would be thinking, rather than building a novel blockchain on top of Hypercore, I'd be looking at possibly using some existing proof of stake based blockchain like the future version of Ethereum. Of course, as we were talking about earlier, somebody asked when Citizen Token was going to happen, and I explained that it already exists, but its value, it's a pegged currency, and it's pegged to 0 USD. So that's Citizen Token. It's a pegged coin, pegged to 0. Which means everybody watching today, I don't know if you know this, but you all got 1 million Citizen coins just by joining the stream. So please enjoy. Don't spend it all in one place. The perfect crypto. It's exactly. Priceless and limitless in value. Anybody recognize that chord progression? Friend here in town, a guy named John Fawcett, who's let's say the head of tech in their marketing department for Cloudflare. Dude can play a guitar, just absolutely brilliant guitarist. Yeah, so it was Pink Floyd earlier, and Miguel, you know, I don't know the exact progression. You might be right, but it's all been done. The Bare Naked Ladies song, right? Met you before the fall of Rome, and I begged you to let me take you home. You were wrong, I was right. You said goodbye, I said goodbye. It's all been done. If I can play it. It's all been done. I mean, play it out every day, right? You gotta play out the stream. Any other questions anybody wanted to bring up or topics before we wrap? If I put this blockchain here, and if we bring in FTs near, if we get on the let's see, big hype train, will you send money to our project? All right, thanks everybody for joining in. I'm gonna go for a jog. We'll pick up tomorrow, same-ish time as always, and keep on working on some of these basic usability challenges. Cool. Appreciate everybody joining and helping out with what we're doing. I'll catch you tomorrow. Have a great evening or rest of your day or whatever, depending on your time zone. Bye.